Hello, everyone. Welcome. New week, new us. Time for another Duel Links Grand Prix. Now, the camera will be soon. Chill, homie. Everything in its proper time. First of all, thank you, Icy, for the raid, my dude. Hopefully your climbs have been going well. You joke about that, Muscovy, but who knows? I think betting people might want to put their money on Rocket Link. Alrighty. Hello, everyone. I refuse to call that Dragon Link, rookies. It is our own thing. Not yet. But yes, hello, welcome. But is it though, Sokka? But is it? It kinda is. But people did put some caveats like, it won't be Dragon Link until we get the guard dragons. We do have Safer, but I don't think you can really play it very well. The Dark Lock makes it a little bit more awkward to play some of the other parts of the Dragon Link engine that people would have typically done. To be fair though, Striker and Dragon Link is like... That was always like the cringe part of Dragon Link, in my opinion. Like, the part where it felt like you're like role-playing as being a rocket deck for like 15 seconds and then you're not. It is technically swaggle, but then like, again, that falls into the category of like, okay, how to put this? Think about something like the Adventure engine, right? Adventure is actually an entire deck, but just nobody cares about it. Now, to be fair, that is on Konami for making the Adventure, every other Adventure card, like, awful. But you end up in a situation where you cherry pick an exact small handful of cards and pretend like you're playing that deck. And that always felt like weird to me. Like, I understand why you do it, but can you really call it part of your deck in that situation? A good example would be people who would play Phantom Knights and use the Graph, Cherubini, etc. engine, the Burning Abyss engine. Did that make that a Burning Abyss deck? Because those monsters existed on the field for, 15 seconds? I would say no. And so I don't think you really get to call it. You don't get to call your deck something if those cards are merely a bridge and you don't care about them otherwise. I'm not saying that makes the deck bad. Dragon Link was obviously an incredibly good deck, but like, your rocket package was a bridge. It was something you climbed on to move to another spot. And while there is elements of that in the current version in Duel Links, they do encourage you to use Rocket and Boral stuff a bit more, both because of the skill and because of the cards available. But I don't know. Food for thought. Hello everyone, welcome. You got about 10 minutes, 12 minutes to join the tournament. If you would like to do so, !Discord. Head on down to the Duel Links Grand Prix sign up channel and find the Start GG link there. If you need help, we have an event help channel. We have a Start GG how-to channel that will guide you through the process as well. Let's hang out and have another weekly tournament, you know? Now, we only have a couple minutes before the start of the tournament, but I do have a couple things that I thought would be fun to talk about. As we head further and further into the era of digital card games, I found a news story that happened specifically in the game of Marvel Snap to be kind of interesting. I don't know how many of you play Marvel Snap. Oh. Yo, hey Vanilla, welcome. So, in Marvel Snap, you can buy bundles, basically. And in these bundles, you're getting, like, resources like gems. You can think of it that way. Well, recently they had a bundle that included some variant cards, and it was a $100 bundle. So to get this bundle, which again included in this case one of the highlighted variant arts that you were buying, was Gambit. Now, it was a Gambit variant by an artist who they didn't actually have two major problems. Number one is he was no longer actually employed by Marvel, and they didn't have the rights to this artwork. And then two, one of the reasons, if I'm not mistaken, they were no longer employed is because they had like snuck anti-Semitic stuff into their artwork or something of that nature. So because of that, Marvel Snap, yeah, it's pretty messed up, Kisara. So because of that, they have removed the variant that was part of that bundle and are compensating players for a portion of the purchase price, basically, with in-game currency, basically. So I think the best way to describe it would be, imagine that you spent $100 for some gems and then like a Master Duel playfield, etc. And then they ended up removing that playfield and giving you some extra gems in return. I thought this was an interesting topic because as we head further and further into this era of digital ownership and the lack therein, I do find it interesting that basically a company can sell you something and then change the terms of the sale after the fact. For example, if you purchased that bundle exclusively because you wanted that variant, and then that variant was removed, do you feel you should be eligible for a full refund? Or do you feel like terms of service from these companies essentially allow them to completely change the deal, like in any way, shape, or form, and you have no right to say anything? Or is there a middle ground? Because again, to be fair, they did give some quote unquote Apollo gems, as we might put it. But like basically, where is the line that it's okay on one hand and it goes too far in the other? Like, because there would be, people would say, for example, that, okay, so when you bought the bundle came with these variants, but you also got in-game currency as well. So if you spent some of that in-game currency, let's say you spent 80% of the currency, then they remove the variant. You want a refund. Well, if they give you a refund, you could theoretically now be in the negative in-game resources. So you can't really ask for a refund, and you just kind of have to accept that something that you purchased was taken away from you. And at least in this case, the company is compensating. But what would stop any company from theoretically just being like, we're removing it and you don't get any compensation, sorry. Now, Rookie, the issue with that is if you did something like that, you're very likely to get your account banned. So it's interesting, and not going to be the first time that something like this happens. And yeah, I don't know. There's actually a tangential topic that I do think is interesting as well. See if I can find it really quick. So, I'll bring this up really quick. Okay. So, two competing stories here. So, Valve has confirmed that if your Steam account, or that if you die, you are unable to transfer your Steam account to anyone else. Which again goes in, like, this is like a subject that hasn't really been explored. But the counterpoint to that has been, there's another company, if I can, I'd have to find the article on this one, but Good Old Games, which is another storefront, has said that that they will basically allow you to transfer ownership after death. And so you have this, like, I know this is very tangentially related, but it's like the concept of digital ownership is such a nebulous thing. What do you own? What don't you own? What can be transferred? What can't be transferred? How much is just one lawsuit away from companies being forced to do, etc., etc.? What if you inherit all the hentai games from your grandfather? True! And then lastly, before we start the tournament, I thought this one was funny. I'm sure many of you might have seen this. So I think it was like 2 weeks ago. There was like a knife attack on a subway, or a train rather. And a bunch of people intervened to help stop the attacker. And one of the people involved, while receiving an award, said that they did what they did because it's what Himmel would do. And so for those of you who are aware and have seen Frieren, this is incredibly wholesome. Because, like, to me, like, this series, like, easily became my favorite. Let me see if I can actually find the individual. I won. Okay, well, this is going to be in Chinese, but it the individual in question did receive 2 pretty significant lacerations from the knife in the attempt to help subdue them. So, anyways, pretty wholesome. Alrighty. We have reached the start time of the tournament. Let's go ahead and see how things have progressed. Okay, looks like the drops have gone through. Go ahead and reload really quick. Kisara, I recommend it. I've actually taken to watching reactions of it just to have a reason to, like, watch episodes again. It's a very good series. The tournament has begun. Good luck. How many after drop? So we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. 14 times 3 plus 13 times 2. Looks like 110 after drops. Who's your favorite reactor? I honestly don't have one. I just kind of skip around. Why do you got the agent pickup when the true tier 0 is Borrelink? Because I just haven't downloaded a new one. I started the stream with like 20 minutes to go. Hmm. 122 signups, 110 after drops. So pretty good turnout. And then once again, big shout out to Metal and Eli helping me do the deck breakdown. Really appreciate your help, guys. We saw agents go crazy early on. We saw Blue Eyes most represented in last week's event in the top cut. We've seen Borrelink, Rocket Link, Dragon Link, however you want to refer to it, increasing in popularity. Do not peepo ignore me, Eli. I'm gonna do a peepo ignore on your phone case. All right, let's get some, let's correct the audio here. All right, we have Steven Freshy at the top on Salamandra and Phoenix. We've got Pro Player down at the bottom with, looks like TG. Now, we do shotgun the Lancia here. I don't know, like, it technically disrupts the line slightly. You can't do the Astolfo, but this should still be full combo if I'm not mistaken. No. Okay, we need to find a way to get another 4 on the field. I'm subbing while watching a Sun Avalon combo. Well, thank you very much, Quantum. I appreciate that, my friend. Oh, actually, Lancia does a lot more here than we gave it credit for. We can't activate the skill. Or, well, even if we could get to a Salamandra, or sorry, a Gearfried, we wouldn't have been able to banish and equip to summon it out. So that was actually a lot more devastating than I was. Couldn't he equip the Durandal? He had to do the Durandal search effect to get the Renaud. So it's going to come down. Do we have any interruptions that will actually let us live here? So we can't be destroyed by card effects. So that's kind of whatever. Now we did see TG piloted to decent effect in the Meta Weekly. It was a slightly heavier hand trap build, mostly just playing Lancia because, you know, you pretty much have to play it. Slimmed down 20 card version, focused on being able to float off of the halberd cannon into the TG extension, Shooting Star. That's going to be 2 plus 3 plus 4. Warion. Get Bonetian. Have we normal summoned yet? We have not. This gets us to a level 8 synchro. 7 or 8. I keep timing out with Dark Fluid. Yep, Konami needs to increase the timer. Daily reminder to Konami. Please consider increasing the timer. It would be very appreciated. Going for the Squire here. Interesting. Banishing the Star Guardian so that if the Quarion is... Well, Quarion won't do anything. Oh, we do have the Kiteroid. Daily reminder to get borked. Wow. Kiteroid will protect us here. Alright, gonna go ahead and equip the Durandal again. Durandal can act as a starter, or at least one part of our 2-card combo, by equipping to an opponent's monster to search for our Ogier. You know this meta sucks when you're forced to play Kiteroid. I mean, why? Not that I disagree, but why is playing a defensive hand trap a problem? But we do send Amagus to the graveyard. Allows us to recycle. So many decks now have lots of ways of lethaling very easily. I mean, that's been the case for quite a while. Okay, so we get to Roland again. We do have a Stolfo, though. So this will get us to Charles. Modulating ourselves to level 4. Okay. We do have Prismatic Charles, no less. Activating the Survival's End in the graveyard will allow us to deal with that, Charles. Activates Salamandra and Phoenix. Gearfried to the field. Equip the Salamandra. We will go to battle. Equip the Quarion. Destroying the Squire Saga as well. We will dump the Excalibur, getting us a copy of Battle in Boxer Vale, so that even if our gear feed is dealt with, we will have another protection. Hello, Elmaz. Would you be opposed to the Tachyon skill being twice per duel again in its current state? Probably not. The only thing you got to remove from it is just make it so that they can't get... Actually, no. Let me take that back. No, I would not be okay with that, but I would be okay with returning the ability to get a level 8 on the field easier. In its current form, I think that's the biggest knock against the deck from being playable. Alrighty, looks like we do have the breakdown available. I am very much ready, Mr. Overdrive. I'm also ready to bork up some gobos. Alrighty. In today's tournament, we have 19 agents, 19 Borrelink, 15 Sun Avalon, 13 Blue Eyes, 11 Shadal, 5 Dark Fluid, 4 Phantom Knights, 3 Infernoble, Raid Raptor, 2 Cybers Quantum, Performage, Sky Striker, Tech Genus, and then 1 each Altergeist, Ballardrock, Constellar, Firefist, Gladiator Beasts, Phoenix Gearfried, Raw, Red Eyes, Hirai Nui, man, mighty have fallen there, and Sue Ship Musketeer. Something tells me we're having some issues here. So I did forget to do the edges, so I'm going to get them out of the way, guys. When we return, we will have the next game in this match. Be right back. So, old decks, Blue Eyes and Shadal obviously still holding on. New decks being Agent, Boral, Sun Avalon. To a lesser extent, Dark Fluid. But yeah, I do agree with Denraw. It's mostly a response to agents. going on here? Well, I think they might be having internet issues or something. We'll come back. In the meantime, we'll go ahead and find ourselves a match. So let's go ahead and get something similar. Although I'm a little confused. I see Phoenix Gearfried at 1. Metal, Eli, are you guys sure about that number? There's another Red Eyes or a Gearfried. Oh, wait. Is it a Gearfried without Infernoble?
Duel.
I'll have to find out about that. Okay, thank you, Eli. We are going to add a Stolfo back here. Go for Roland. Roland. Astolfo to the field, allowing us to get to Charles. Astolfo effect. Equip the Salamandra. Dump the Excalibur. Okay. We will allow the double disruptor to go through. Get the Ibly. Ibly into the Lancer. Ibly returns to the opponent's side of the field. Quad Boral effect. We're going to go ahead and negate. Go for the Riot Dragon here. We will equip. We did not equip the Charles. Got it. We made it so that we could not attack in. Got it. Stopping the search here. Charles effect can get a pop. Pop that back row. And we'll take game number 1. No, he didn't try and pop Riot. I misunderstood. He equipped it to Gearfried to make it so that Gearfried couldn't be destroyed.
Duel.
All right, we are going to get Lanciad here. So we have seen that this does actually, unfortunately for Gearfried, affect them. In fact, I would actually say this is incredibly difficult. Well, okay, no. So we can't be targeted, so we're okay from the quad Boral effect. So the main concern here is going to be Levianeer. Go for the Riot Dragon. Now, because it's no longer protected, we're able to take it out with the quad Boral and just lethal on board. So we really did need to be able to get to our Gearfried there. I wonder how Konami is going to give reason for banning floodgates. Same, I mean, assuming they do hit floodgates, which is fairly reasonable, you're just going to get the reasoning is going to be, you know, because of the ability to win the game in a single turn or whatever however they state that basically it locks your opponent from winning the game instantly. All right, so we do wait for the dump of Gearfried here before going for the Lancia. So once again, unfortunately, not going to be able to go Gearfried. Need to start running double summon so you can just hard summon it. Quick effect popping is... Well, never mind. I was gonna say quick effect pop was not, or sorry, having the pop access was not really relevant-ish. It was, does the opponent have Levianeer? But Boral Sword also outs us, so well done, Alistair. Because you can target Boral Sword, if I'm not mistaken. Boral Low Dragon you can't target, but can you target Boral Sword? Charles doesn't target. Ah, right. Right. Non-targeting. Yeah, that was definitely a misplay then. Or seemingly one, anyways. Hello, Jay. Welcome. I don't know if you saw the breakdown or heard it, but for your benefit, I can go ahead and show and say it once again. In today's tournament, with 110 players after drops, we have 19 agents, 19 Boral Link, 15 Sun Avalon, 13 Blue Eyes, 11 Shadal, 5 Dark Fluid, 4 Phantom Knights, 3 Infernoble, 3 Raid Raptor, 2 Cyber's Quantum, Performage, Sky Striker, and Tech Genus, And one each of Abyss Actor, Altergeist, Baller Drock, Constellar, Fire Fist, Gladiator Beast, Phoenix Gearfried Pure, I assume, Ra, Red Eyes, Shiranui, and Suship Musketeer.
Duel.
Eli or Metal, if one of you could hold that room for me, please. Ah, yes. Definitely some of the strongest boards I have seen. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Heat Wave. We got Heat Waved. We are going to go Battle Chronicle here, searching for a copy of Ultimate Fusion. Attack in, unable to go for lethal. Rocket Tracer floating into an Exploder Rocket Dragon. We're going to get hit with the Lancia. Quad Boral Dragon gets poppin', Successor Soul. But unfortunately, we can dodge it with the Rocket Tracer. And because of that, we're able to go for lethal. Borreload Link takes game number 1 versus Blue Eyes. What do I vote for the WCS prediction in Rush, Dual Characters, and Skill? You got 2 options. You can either do Nail with the Cyber skill. You can do Yuga with the Ultimate Unite skill. Or you can choose Hammer Crush deal. It's going to be one of those 3 decks. Yeah, I said it's one of those 3 decks. Hence the words, like, I don't know which one it's going to be. It's probably going to be one of the top 2. Cybers or... I did not mean to time you out, Kasugi. Sorry. Unban. The button's like right there. I went to click and like drag and copy and accidentally clicked the timeout. But yeah, so my guess would be Cyberse on Nail or Ultimate Unite on Yuga. Pick one of those. Okay. Santa Fond effect. We are going to search for Ultimate Fusion here. Activating Ultimate Fusion, allowing us to go into our Dragon Master Knight. And that's just lethal over the Quad Boral. Game 2. If you want to be mainstream, choose Yuga. If you want to be counterculture, and the one it might actually end up being, go with Nail and Cybers.
Duel.
You know what I meant, Denra. Come on now. What about Luke's Blue Eyes Rain? No. Okay, we are going to go into our Void Ogre here. Disruptor Dragon, adding a heavy interlock. We're going to Meteor Dragon, putting it on the field. Spiral to the field as well. Heavy interlock, allowing us to bring out our Borreload Riot and pass the turn. Go for the Heat Wave. All right, we had cards in hand. Okay. We will Successor Soul here, allowing us to go into a Blue Eyes. For the Imduck, Successor Soul again into the Blue Eyes. Clear the field. Lancia to stop any banishing. We will set one here. Ultimate Fusion. Into the Twin Burst Dragon. Search for another copy of Ultimate Fusion. Get dumping. Melody of Awakening Dragon, allowing us to add a copy of Alternative and Blue Eyes to hand. Bring out the Alternative. Get poppin'. Bring out the Blue Eyes. That's 3K and 3K more from the Twin Burst. Lethal. Eli, I'm going to need you to stop doing a peepo ignore on me when I message you.
Duel.
Reaction to what? Exactly. Okay. We have Quantum at the top. We got Hassam at the bottom. What's going on here? What is the issue? Handling a mod call, by the way, guys.
Duel.
Actually, 1 second, guys. I'm gonna... Who's in here? Quantum, stay in the room, please. I will be back. Yo, Clutch, thank you so much for the resub, my dude. Appreciate you.
Duel.
Okay, so 27 cards.
Duel.
I mean, this is unusual that game number 2 is not watchable, but I don't... let's see if I can watch it if I click the share link. What am I checking in the Discord? Yeah, I see that. So it looks like it was a Konami server issue. Card total was correct for both games. Marco, don't say something like that unless you're being serious. Guys, I really need you to not joke around about something like that.
The shadows.
What am I looking at? Is it the watermark? Is that what you're talking about? Ah, wow. You are literally using cheat software. It's wild. The win will go to Kolai, and you are going to be DQ'd, banned from our events. There's cheating software in everything, Kisara. They aren't always like game determinative. A lot of cheating software can be something as benign as non-PvP stuff. I don't need another proof, my dude. Okay. So, pools and seating. I don't want to talk too much about it because it's not a good thing to highlight cheating software. Just know that, yeah. Oh, it's disappointing. Come on, guys. Don't cheat. It's not worth it. Pools 1 and 2, round 2 has begun. 5 minutes to check in. Make better channel point redeems. I need to, but I don't know how. Hi. Yeah. By doing that stuff, even if you're using it for a benign reason, like quote unquote farming, it calls into question the integrity. Yeah, we can't finish that one, unfortunately. It calls into question the integrity of everything you do. It's just, we can't, it doesn't matter. We can't. I understand, Quantum. It's not that big of a deal. Okay, well, fun little drama. Make telling a story from my night shift job a channel redeem. That's pretty funny. That's actually pretty funny. I could do something like that. I'm actually not good with dad jokes. I'm actually incredibly bad with them.
Duel.
Eli, easy. It's simple. It doesn't matter. Whatever his explanation is, it literally doesn't matter. He's already been removed. Do you work in a circus because you deal with clowns all day? Actually true. Redeemables for a random Yu-Gi-Oh monster you want to smash. Oh my god. That would get me in a lot of trouble. But we could consider that. Make sound redeems? I actually don't know how easy. Okay, so we have Dwan at the top. We have Necro at the bottom. Cyber Sage effect is going to allow us to go into our Diplo Chimera here, going for our Firewall. Did not mean to skip the animation there. Double negate on the board. If you make the redeems high enough, I can ask Vanilla. That's a good thing. That's a good point. Might be able to point me in the direction of how they did it. Okay, so one unknown back row. We have Cyber's Quantum Dragon. We have Dark Fluid with 2 negates. Please restart the replay. I really want to watch that animation. No. You'll just have to deal with it. Unlucky. Renrut, it's not going to happen. But it's not a negate and destroy, it's just a negate. So is it that big of a deal? Can you say our love is like a heat wave every time heat wave gets activated? Yes. Wait. Did we actually cross swipe? Huh? That seems a bit excessive here. Sunseed Twin Thrasher Pass. Okay. One back row. But we don't even want to play it out. Scoop it up. But yes, What was the who was it that subbed that it was Clutch. Clutch, thank you very much for the resub, my dude. I greatly appreciate it. Means a lot to me. Your support helps us continue to do these events each and every week, like we have done so far. Easy, I didn't miss yours. I skipped it on purpose. By the way, guys, I also do apologize for being a little low energy today. Started up a Baldur's Gate 3 with the boys run. And had to get up at very early o'clock to be able to do it. Yep. Woke up at, for me, 11 in the evening. I have been up ever since. Oh, oh my goodness. Was it worth it? Oh, hell yeah, it's going to be worth it. Right now, we're doing about 3 hours a session, so it'll take a while. We're going to be doing two sessions per week at about 3 hours each. So 6 hours a week on average. Hello, Murata. We have Dark Fluid going first once again. Adcom. Morata. And also, I did miss it earlier, but hello, Dick Petty. We will not be doing 2 sessions of the pants grab. Revive the Firewall Dragon. We are co-linked, so we will have a bounce. Every time I get off the toilet, I look back and see Dark Fluid. Yeah, definitely go to the hospital. Probably not a good thing, my dude. All right, so Firewall Dragon, Honeybot, and Quantum Dragon. Good luck, gamer. We are highly susceptible to back row removal, but, and to be fair, actually, some versions of Sun Avalon actually are playing it, specifically to out stuff like Summon Breaker, but Dark Hole would also do it, yes. No gritty gooses, please. So we are going to be able to make our combos here uninterrupted. Well, besides the firewall. So if we can get to the bloom, we can set up the negate. Limited time only emote. Damn, they doing FOMO on emotes now. That's wild. Negating the firewall with the Sunvine Maiden. Alrighty. Second Melius, bringing back another Sunseed Genus Loci. What now? Okay, so we're going to be able to bring the twin back, but what do you link into at this point? You have no arrows. Oh, okay. We're going to go for a pop 4. Defensor will protect to keep our Firewall Dragon on the field. Going for a Thrasher. We're going to be able to bring back our Resurgent. Go to battle. 1525. Exact lethal. Okay, we are tied up 1-1. Easy, can you hear me? To do that, you go to Pools and Seating under Events. Switch to the bracket instead of the top cut. And then find their name in there. When you find their name, there'll be 2 icons, an exclamation point and like a red circle with a dash through it. If you click the dash, that will allow you to drop the player. Hello, Martin. Thank you for the 30 stream streak and the very kind words. I do this for you guys. So it means a lot that you... you would just need their start GG name. What is your start GG name? Rusinalis, thank you so much for the follow, my dude. I appreciate you. Hello, Nergard.
Duel.
Alrighty, you have been dropped. Thank you so much for participating in today's tournament. You should be happy to know, Nergard, that Borreload Link, otherwise known as Duel Links' Dragon Link deck, is currently tied with Agents for most number of entries in today's event. Will be very interesting to see how the top 32 conversion goes. Did I see that you finished Brains? I did not see that part. Hi, I'll get to that in just a second. I heard there was a cheater. What happened? Somebody submitted screenshots of a proof that showed them using a trainer. And even if they weren't actually using the trainer for its more nefarious purposes, we can't allow anyone in our events to... Well, we're just saying we can't play through this. We're just scooping it up. God damn. Okay. How do you know? Basically, a lot of the times you don't. You can suspect. It randomly decided to DC. Well, that's unfortunate. I just lost to that Ibly stuff with Borrowlink. It's so toxic, and he hit the one card in my hand. I needed to out it. So that's not cheating or anything. Hi. That stuff's randomized completely by the game, so that's just bad luck. Yeah, you made the correct call then, Easy. Thank you. Yeah, so we currently are in a high sack meta, which is unfortunate. You would like to think that post a ban list it'll be a little bit more reasonable, but Yu-Gi-Oh is a game about metas that swing from one side to the other, you know? You'll have metas where you can have a wide open meta with very grindy games, and then it constricts down to just a couple decks, and they're all extremely problematic. You just have to trust that Konami has the best interest of fixing the problem sooner rather than later. Do we have something spicy today? If anything on there is spicy to you. Ami Corzin, hello to you. We're going to go ahead and get the edges out of the way before the next match. Stick around. We'll be right back. Unpopular opinion, Tachyon wasn't actually tier 0. Yeah, okay, dude. Hot take, all Paris knows how to do is do hot takes. Is it 5 rounds today? Yes. Waggle, thank you so much for the resub, my dude. Appreciate you. I will say that due to the number of entrants, it will be... it will be a fair number of X2s. Let's go ahead and find ourselves another match. Which one of you we want to watch? Let's watch the villains. Your room's still open if I want. Well, goddamn, dude. You didn't just have to come out there and say it like that. All right, I'm intrigued. Is that the Quantum Cubes? Why, yes, it is. We have Quantum at the bottom. We have Rookie Barber at the top. And we are going to see turn one agents take to the field. Venus bringing out the first of her two balls. The second will join and turn into the moon. The moon will bring out the third ball. We're then going to activate our skill, making some tuners, allowing us to go for Master Flare Hyperion. The fourth ball will hit the field, allowing us to make Pluto. We'll then grab the Sky Scourge, putting 3 on the field. Oh my god. Don't tell me. Moments before disaster. Searching for a copy of the Winged Dragon of Ross Fear Mode. Nice board, idiot. I heard you like balls. Well, here's a really big one. And we're just going to scoop it up. Quantum takes game number 1.
Duel.
All right, do that all again. Yes, did we learn? Are we still going to put 3 on the board? We learned! This time we will make Master Flare Hyperion and Clearwing Synchro Dragon in attack mode for some reason. Forbidden Chalice, negate! Hello, Timber Train. What's going on, my dude? The Winged Dragon of Ra to the field. Add Monster Reborn back to the hand. Attempting to negate. We don't care. 4,000 direct. Lethal. Oh, beautiful. I guess Ra is good in a meta with... So the last time people thought about playing around with Ra, the big issue was Crow was everywhere. Crow is not everywhere. So if you're in a meta where you don't have to worry about Crow, Ra Stonks is on the rise. Easy. Here you go.
Duel.
Agents at the bottom, Borrowload Link at the top. As a copy of the Sky Scourge here. Okay. Flip them down, banish them, no spells. Quad Boral, get poppin'. We are going to be allowed to use spells here. Herald of Green Light, negate. Get flipping here. Riot Dragon adds itself back to the hand. We are going to be able to get the Heavy Interlock here. Heavy Interlock. Summon it out. Unable to deal with the Hyperion, though. We are still, in fact, quite immune to an extra deck monster. We remain immune. We are going to Lancia here just to keep from... Wait, what? Oh, we took the reflect damage. Adding double Hyperion to the field. Tribute's over for the Master Flare Hyperion. Get poppin', pop both. And we have lethal on board. Unlucky. Alrighty. Pool 2, round 3 has begun. Today, 5 each pool should talk. Easy, can you check on this final match in pool 1 for me? Uh, 110 after drops. It's just the way it works. How do I DQ? Just don't show up for your next match. And sorry, guys, handling a mod issue right now. Paris, I'm aware that it has an effect on tournament entry. There's nothing to be done about it. The entire point of the Grand Prix is to be a snapshot of the meta, good or bad. If people don't want to play in it, I totally get it. But I'm still going to hold a regular tournament for the Grand Prix. Thank you, Metal. Skip to game 3 here. I just needed to know, like, what's up with the match. Easy. Because that's the last one in pool 2.
Duel.
Oh, Drewy, yeah. I got sent pictures by Giran. I'll share them in the chat in just a moment. Thank you, Garen. Okay, so it does look like the next pool is ready. Pool 1, round 3 has begun. We will negate the rapid trigger. We got 1,000. 3K. Lethal. All right. Well done. Are any of those in the tournament today? Doesn't look like it easy. But we'll add them to the list. Well, with that being the case, now, Riss, it'll come down to the WCQ to prove it once, you know, one way or the other. Okay. Regardless, let's go ahead and find ourselves another match. And let's head on down to the X1s to find ourselves some goofy ones.
Duel!
Hello, Skywings. Tournament's pretty decent. Better than you would have expected. Here's the breakdown, if you are curious. Okay, we will cross Dom here. Allowing us to successfully beat over the Hat Tricker. do have lethal. White Princess, however, will keep it from being lethal. So, we have the ability to Magical Musket in the Starfire zone to be able to special summon another. We have a negate during the battle phase. Is Shaddoll a linear deck? Not necessarily. You have certain goals, you have certain things you'd like to do, but I wouldn't call it linear. Every deck is linear if you are bad with it. Hello, Acetone. You did miss it earlier. We had how many balls in a single match? Well, Venus showed off her 4 different balls. And then we replaced everything with a gigantic Sun God ball. Every deck is linear. Technically true, but also false. At the end of the day, it's all about illusion of choice, right? How much can the deck make you feel like you have options? Tears isn't linear. Except counterpoint, it is. You have the choke point of the tier fusions that you go into. You can do whatever the hell you want at the end of the day. You know what? You know what Tears is? Tearlament is like playing the Mass Effect trilogy. When you start game 1, you think, God damn, I can do anything. I can go anywhere in this galaxy. But then you beat the game, i.e. you make Kit Kalos. And you're like, okay, well, I mean, we had to reach this point eventually. But we can start Mass Effect 2, right? Oh my god. The whole galaxy is open to me again. I can go anywhere, I can do anything, I can interact with all these different characters. And then you get to the, you reach the point of, well, you're gonna make either, Rukalos, or you're gonna make, God, why am I drawing a blank on his name? Whatever. The Dominatrix one. Kaleidoheart. At the end of the day, you always reach a certain point where you have to... It's wide open, and then you got to close the loop. I'll fuse into Garura instead of Kit Kalos. Congratulations, Norrentino, you just lost. Also, hold up. Is that mother flippin' Tsukiyomi? I'll fuse into Big Koala. One of the greatest disappointments I've ever had is that we never got a skill for the koalas. We never got the hot sauce deck. That's right. Flip the goddamn table. Doesn't Speed Duel have a koala skill or deck? No, Nurgard. Because they never released Chumley. And they have not made an archive skill to go back and correct this grave disgrace. I mean the physical one. I don't know. They might have. Desperado. Redirect. Redirecting it to our own monster. Steal the tombs. Bring forth the Gunkin Zoo-Ship Shari Red. Yo, is that my boy Novo? Koalas are slow. Let them arrive when they arrive. You got it, bro. Oh my god, we do have one. Hold up. Chillin' Outback. Once per turn, you can change one face-up koala or kangaroo monster's battle position. Koala and kangaroo monsters you control can attack while in face-up defense position. If they do, they can apply their defense for damage calculation. Well, a lot of... So there's like the... There's a couple traps that work with that where it's like, oh, if you attack into my monster and my defense is higher than your attack, I actually destroy you! So we have rebuilt our board from nothing to lethal. Camula is in fact a thing. And that is one of the other greatest tragedies. Let us find Camula skill Speed Duel. Wow, she's actually got multiple. Once per duel, you can during your main phase, you can change the name of one zombie vampire monster you control to Vampire Lord. While it's face up on the field, each vampire genesis you control gains the following effect. If this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent, you can target one card in your opponent's graveyard, set it to your field. Zoom in on the bat? Wait, what about the bat? What am I looking at? Are you guys still on board? Can you fix her? During the end phase, if a zombie vampire monster you control inflicted battle damage to your opponent this turn, gain life points equal to half the total battle damage your monsters inflicted to your opponent this turn. So it just gives you the effect of the continuous. Okay, Stimmy currently up a game.
Duel.
I have never been more on board. Unironically, so I do remember talking about this a couple of times. You know, there were a couple skills that I was like, why can't we have these? Like, come on, Konami. Each time you place a fog counter on a monster, give it an additional fog counter. Absolutely broken. Oh, can't read that one. While you control Amazon as queen, negate the effects of effect monsters destroyed by battle with attacking Amazon as monsters you control. And welcome to the jungle. After damage calculation, if you took battle damage from it in a battle involving your opponent's monster and your attack position Amazoness monster, that opponent's monster loses attack and defense equal to the attack of the Amazoness monster at battles until the end of the turn. But yeah, there's a lot of them that would be really cool if they were just made into like Konami, unironically. You can release bad skills as archive skills, even if you don't intend for them to be meta. Just let people play their dumb decks. And then, of course, Nergard's favorite skill. No one suspects the Dark Scorpion Gang. Once per duel during your main phase, if you control Don Zalug, you can discard one card to special summon 2 Dark Scorpion monsters with different names from your hand and deck, one from each. Don Zalug and Dark Scorpion monsters you control can attack directly, but when they do so, using this skill, the battle damage inflicted to your opponent becomes 400. You cannot summon or set any monsters except Don Zalug and or Dark Scorpion monsters. It's ironic, though, you have to flip this over at the start of the game, so everyone will, in fact, suspect the Dark Scorpion. True!
Just what I wanted. The one and only Don Zalug. And when I say one and only, I really mean it. Because, my children, I am him.
Thank you, Garen. All right, Stimmy is a full defensive here. It looks like we are going to go for a board clear. Quattro needs his support. Yes, bring the FTK version, the Duel Links. Test it out here, Konami, before you bring it to the TCG. Forbidden Chalice. Negate the window. Gunkin Sue Ship Uni. Uni's effect. Hello, Digital Bug. If you're talking about entering the tournament, Digital Bug, it happens. Don't worry about it. Later, Ner. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you, dude. All right, make the Uni here. Is that anime good? Yes. How far in are you, Ner? Only 3 episodes? Okay. Well, you're in for a hell of a ride. Enjoy it. We go to battle. Get flippin'. We will elect to take out the window as opposed to going direct. Yogi. Yeah, I increased the music. Let me fix it. Thank you. Alright, if that flip monster is anything, we are just dead. Alright. Do ship Musketeers takes game number 3. What's the synergy? I have no clue. Using Sioux ships to put more damage on the board, which is something that Musketeers can lack. Hello, Alice in Borderland. Welcome, welcome.
Duel.
Alrighty, we have Shadal versus Rocket. We are gonna Wendy effect, construct effect, get dumping, trade it out for a gravity controller so that we can add the schism back to our hand. We are then going to tribute over our hedgehog to make a silent magician. Your spell will be negated. Going for a copy of Winda here. Searching for a copy of Rapid Trigger. We're going to go for Rocket Tracer. Takes out the Silent Magician. Lancia in return. We will just pass. Schism effect number 2, allowing us to go into a construct, dumping a dragon, forcing out that back row. It is Rapid Trigger, goes for the Borreload Furious Dragon. Disruptor searching for a copy of Heavy Interlock. We will then successfully take out the Winda, which will return the El Shadal Fusion, and because we did so, we will be able to bypass our summoning restrictions. Lancia number 2, stopping Banishin once again. Borreload Furious Dragon in response to stop us from being able to send from the deck. Brilliona returning our hedgehog to the graveyard. We will go for a Chaos Dragon Levianeer. Making a copy of Winda here. Get sending. Pop the back row. Riot Dragon. Returning to the hand. We'll then go for our heavy interlock. Riot Dragon to the field. Successfully taking out the window. Winda will once again return. This time the Reshadal Incarnation. Furious Dragon, bring the Quad Boral back to the field. Incarnation to go ahead and set the dragon. Dragon will get flippin', returning that to the hand. Falco, bring the Construct back as well. Incarnation, get flippin', allowing us to go for a Nightmare Phoenix. Construct returns the Shadal Core. We will then take out the Quad Boral, get in for another 19. We will be forced to set Core to the field, allowing us to go for a Unicorn here. We can spin that and then go for lethal. Well done. Any X2s? Yes. A fair number. Like 5 from each pool. Actually, a really nice match there. That is what Yu-Gi-Oh! Should be. Maybe not especially that long, but a good, constant back and forth. That's when Yu-Gi-Oh! Is at its peak. Thank you, Sean, for the raid. Appreciate you, my dude.
Duel.
I actually think Winda's fine. Not all floodgates are inherently, like, awful. Especially if there's ways to play around them. Or not play around them, but to deal with it. Winda is cringe, I understand that, but I also think it's kind of integral to the Shadal strategy. If you get rid of Winda, that deck just disappears. Good. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna... I will never contest anyone who feels this way. I just happen to think that, especially in Duel Links, where they tend to give outs in many situations, it's fine. What's the out for Winda? I don't know the many outs for Winda. By the way, Zayd, how often you say Winda is this big problem? Why does Shadal not just run every single tournament? Why is the top cut not like 16 Shadal decks and then like Shadal winning every single tournament? Like, it just doesn't happen. Because they brick. Okay. Death Gun, that is part of the reason. There's a lot of ways decks can play around the window lock. Shadal is just sandbagging all the tournaments so they don't get nerfed. Ah, yes. The collective agreement amongst all Shadal players in the secret Shadal Discord. All right, guys. I went through and I calculated the numbers. We've won 17% of the tournaments today, this week. It's starting to get a little high. So I'm going to ask you all, just start throwing a little bit. Like, I understand you'd like to win. But remember, we got to stop Konami from, noticing. So, yeah. So this week, we're all in agreement. This week and the next week, only player X, Y, and Z are going to be allowed to top their events. Everyone else, you got to throw. All right, does look like we are moving into round 4. Pool 1 and 2, round 4 has begun. OMG. That is exactly what we do in Secret Shadal Discord. How do you know? Because I'm a member of the Secret Discord. There is no Secret Shadal Discord. Stop asking about it. Okay. Okay. Waiting for people to show up. I'm sorry, guys. Taking an opportunity to look at some of these decks and decide which ones to watch. You know what? Let's continue to watch the funny ones. There are no trap tricks in the tournament. Do you think Yami Ruler is still a good deck in current Rush meta? Absolutely not, unfortunately. Ugh. Apologies. Like, okay, I should clarify though. Rush Duel is a game where if you try hard enough, you could probably win with just about any deck. So if you own the deck, you want to play the deck, you can probably achieve whatever your goal is, whether it's topping, or sorry, making it to the, you know, stage 2 or whatever. It just doesn't have anything going for it right now.
Duel.
Right now, the top 3 decks are Machines, Cyberse, and then just aggro. Maximum Overlord isn't Copium, but it's like 4th or 5th best deck. I actually think, according to the stats put out by King Halo, I'm pretty sure that Cyberse and Machines are going to be about equally represented. Maybe not in like in results, but at least in play rate, intended play rate. Bismuth, the problem with that is the sample size is way too small. It might be true, but you have to be careful with when you have a really small sample size. No bad memes, Marco, please. Thank you. Alrighty. We do get Zombie World on the field, but no monster to summon. Archfiend Eccentric, get poppin'. Still waiting for that that gifted Murata. Absolutely, I can be bribed. Ooh, permanently? Ooh. Ooh, I don't know about that. Let's say 1 month. Set another zombie world. You get rid of one. I destroy it. You set another. I destroy it. Dynamiscus. Get rid of the Archfiend Eccentric. You're starting to enjoy Rush. What are you playing? Zombie World will not go away. True. Will we be allowed to summon it? No! Get hard countered. Both players were undefeated, though, so do keep that in mind. Gogeta Rage! Thank you for the follow.
Duel.
Alrighty, we have Dark Tuner at the top. We have Goomba at the bottom. We're gonna go through our standard combo line here. Master Flare Hyperion Venus, allowing us to get into our Pluto. Sacred Waters return. Gain some life. Get flippin'. We are gonna showtime here. Goes for the Riliona. Hyperion effect. What are we doing? I am guessing we do not play Exiton. Well, okay then. Not much to say. If he didn't go for Exiton, my guess would be he doesn't run it. Or he made a misplay. The only real choices.
Duel.
Exiton is the only reason. I mean, not the only reason, but you would think you would play it. Zombie one. So Doji. I would actually say the only thing that's explicitly making clowns bad, at least against something like agents, is a lot of their power was in their ability to abuse something like mind control. And if you just turn off spells, that's like half, not half, but like a good chunk of their gimmick gone. The fact that this card is searchable is so extra stupid. Why is it searchable? Because of the effect of Celestial Night Lord Parshath, which is a monster this deck can't even run, like you summon, but is allowed to put into the extra deck to use Master Flare Hyperion's effect to copy it. It allows you to search for any fairy monster. Any fairy monster in the entire game. So we still have our normal summon. Hello, Dr. Dinosaurio. Exclamation point room. Funny thing is, even if we could get to Exiton, we can't even activate it here. Did we misplay by boosting the Trapeze Magician? We actually could have waited, done this, flipped it up, boost it, allow it to beat over the Hyperion, allow this to beat over the Pluto. This is game. If he plays it correctly. So, like, I mean, this card is effectively 3 removals. It seems... I don't know. This card seems maybe a little too strong for Duel Links. At least at this time. We go for our 4th removal of the turn. Fifth removal of the turn. Well done. Dumplings are disgusting. You heard me. So when I was younger, when I was a child, you know, so my parents would make, let's say, 10 different meals over the course of 2 weeks, and they would kind of like cycle through them, right? So you ended up having a lot of the same meals. And you learned to like some over the others. And I loved like 8 of the 10 meals that my mother made. Like, absolutely loved them. But there were 2 that when that night happened, it was basically like, well, I'm having peanut butter and jelly tonight. And one of those was when they would make dumplings. I literally could not... I had to, like, just go to my room and close the door because the smell alone made me nauseous. All righty. So we did add green light to our hand to be able to negate. Going for the Balinks here. Firewall Guardian effect. We are going to add Sanctuary. Okay, Lancia effect here. Pluto get flippin'. Searching for another Master Flare Hyperion. Apparently forgot what Firewall Guardian's defense was. Gonna go for the Cyberus Witch. Cyberus Witch effect. Add a Sage. What was the other meal I didn't like? She made like this Mexican style casserole thing. It wasn't awful, but I just didn't like it. Go for the Signet Ritual into the Sage here. We are going to flip that. Decode Talker, negate. That sounds incredible, Sean. I would be down. Gonna make a copy of Dark Fluid here. Get in for 25. 8,000 farmed. Have I tried Brazilian barbecue? I have not had the pleasure, unfortunately. Let me look up. What is an example of some Brazilian barbecue?
Duel.
I am looking at some pictures right now of some examples. I mean, at a certain point, it's just going to come down to, like, the type of spices and selection of, like, vegetables and stuff. I imagine, anyways. I don't even know if the, like, I'd have to double check if there's anything near me. Use a precise location. Let us see. Looks like there is a Brazilian steakhouse. Oh wait. Oh, what? Okay, that's like 50 miles away from me. I mean, that's still doable. Yeah, they all, the closest ones all look like they're about 50 miles away. But that's doable. I will Google that. This is one of the images that comes up. Does that look correct? Need mod. On my way. Reset match. How do you guys report in the opposite direction? Excuse me, moderator. I actually won. But I agreed with my opponent twice that he in fact won.
Duel!
Easy, can you do me a favor, please? Please check this room. And make sure that Law did in fact win 2-1 versus Cedrone. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Now, I want to make... okay, hold on. How do you pronounce this before I get in trouble? Pronunciation. Tarasco? Tarasco? And we just get hard shut down into... Yep, popped. Unfortunately, due to the power of the Sky Scourge Floodgate, Game 3 is sealed. Thank you, Easy. We're gonna hop into game 3 here.
Duel!
Realistically, it should probably be like Summon Breaker 2-1, Invincil 2-1, and the Parshath Link 2-1. Like, at least on that front. Minimum. That's like minimum they should do. Hit the link also? Yes. There's no reason for the link to be in that deck. Okay, so we are going to be able to send the Master Hyperion here. Goes for the Dark Hole, wipe the field. We are going to get the effect of all 3 of our monsters here. Falco, go ahead and reset itself. Pretty dangerous there, because you are just potentially losing an effect by not putting something like Construct back. Earth, able to search for a copy of Uranus. Super Poly is able to save the day here, though. Excuse me. Making a second copy. Dark Hole number 2. Able to bring out Hyperion. Pop the back row. Everyone wants agents to take a hit while rockets are worth it. First of all, we're not talking about what we would do to agents, or sorry, rockets, by the way. Rockets is a very good deck, but it's also significantly easier to, like, deal with, at least in my opinion, than agents. Rockets wins in the grind game. Well, I mean, they can blow you out too. But, like, you could do for something like you put a card of theirs to 3 that they need to run, and they lose out on like Levianeer. Like, it's very easy to potentially nerf rockets. I see no problem with Dark Hole being played. If you're electing to main deck Dark Hole, I think that's perfectly fine. Cody, you do have to... It is fair to acknowledge that the Rockets deck is actually very good, though. Oh, no, I mean, again, nobody is disagreeing with you, Cody. Why are we doing it this way, by the way? Didn't we just have lethal? Just normal summon it? This construct was revived with Resh Shadal. It could attack directly. What are you guys talking about? Pool 2, round 5 has begun. 5 minutes to check in. I feel like Seva through there. So for those of you that don't know, Construct, yeah, shit all lost. Construct was summoned via Resh and could attack. Just needed to summon Hound in attack and go lethal. Instead, set Hound, then fusioned off the Construct for another Construct that can't attack directly. Then linked into a Phoenix. Attacked. Not game. I don't. The only thing that makes sense is that maybe in our mind we thought the Construct couldn't attack, and we were trying to figure out a lethal line. Like, I don't know. Pool 1, round 5 has begun. Misclicked Hound. Ah, okay. So Seva is saying that they misclicked Hound. They set instead of normaled. Probably should have just attacked with the Construct then, and hope for the best. It's all good though, mistakes happen. Okay, let us find another match. I am not muted, but you're about to be, Dragino. Timeout, Dragino. That's at least 109 seconds. Alrighty. We've got Super Piece at the top. We got Sun Weasel at the bottom. It is Rocket Link versus Sky Striker. We're going to go with the old classic tried and true set one. You can't do anything to me strategy. What do you mean? Why are you questioning this? This is literally an FTK against Sky Striker. What do you mean? Chaotic Chibi! Thank you for the raid. Alrighty. We are going to engage. Searching for a copy of Multi-Roll. Ray gonna go ahead and dodge out here. We're doing pretty aight. Thanks for asking. We are currently in the 5th of the 5 rounds of our Swiss tournament before moving on to the top cut. We're going to go ahead and add an engage back to our hand. Unfortunately, we will not get the extra effect as we do not have 3 spells in the graveyard. We will, however, play a Summon Breaker. Am I related to Norrentino? If you believe in the single ancestor theory, then technically yes. Question, do you consider summoning monster when your opponent can't do anything BM? Technically speaking, yes and no. It's a bit more complicated. If it's something where it's like you have 0 monsters, you have 0 cards in your hand, 0 back row, 0 effects in your graveyard, and it's clear that I have lethal already, then anything beyond that is probably a bit BM. But if there's any unknown information whatsoever, then I would say no, it's not BM. Because you're just, you know, what if your opponent is the one who's just randomly using some dumb card that stops you from winning? You know? Yeah, like if you're talking like from Duel Links, that 1 card in hand could be Kiteroid. It could be something that stops you from winning. I just hate it when my opponent knows I can't do anything. Well, so, Chaotic Chibi, in that situation, like, your opponent may not know that. And if they're being, like, if you're talking about, like, you're on stream and playing against them, they may not hear you, because I can't speak for anyone else, but if I duel somebody who is streaming, I will very purposefully mute the stream, tab out, and I'm not watching it or listening to it because I don't want to stream snipe. I want it to be a fair match, right? And while not everyone will necessarily do that same thing, you know, I would like to think most people would, because, like, what's the point of, like, cheesing or webcam blocks your hand? Well, that doesn't always work all the time, because, like, the webcam won't block, like, the card that you draw, stuff like that. So some information can be given away. Like, if you click on cards in your hand, if you don't hide that part of it up in the corner of the screen, like, there's ways you can still. I guess the counterpoint to that could be, Chibi, you could just surrender. Like, if you know that it's game, there's no reason for you to stay in the match. You could just surrender. Okay. My parents didn't raise no quitter, but your parents better not have raised somebody who finishes the job. Like, what are you talking about? Be nice, Rain Down. I mean, if you don't want to surrender, then in that situation, you can just, like, toggle off and just start, like, talking to chat or something. And just be like, so, how about that thing? Thing's pretty cool, huh? Yeah, kinda. I appreciate you for realizing that, Rain Down. Timmy is a super cool person. Let's not only that, just in general. I would appreciate it if we could all just be kind. Alrighty, Super P6 game number 1. Alright, and Marco is getting timed out for at least 97 seconds. You have several questions? Okay, please start lining them up. That was harsh? Nah, not at all. Marco deserved it, and he knows it. Alright, we have a mod call. Hello, issue. Take a screenshot of the room and post to event help. We're going to go ahead and send White Princess to the graveyard. We'll then send our Area 0 to be able to search for a copy of Ray. Oh. Regen. Let's investigate this. Yes. What is your start? Oh. That'll be a match win for you, Dwan. You had a bye, which is a free win due to uneven player count. It doesn't show up, but is counted as a win. It's a visual bug. Start. But it's okay. So let's see. Super Peace. Let's see what they played, because they are undefeated. So in round 1, they defeated Agents 2-1. I should make sure. Okay. Agents who did run Sky Scourge. In round 2, they faced Rockets. Beat them 2-0. In round 3, they faced Sun Avalon. Beat them 2-1. In round 4, they... Oh, no, they're not undefeated. Sorry, they lost in round 4. They lost to Sun Avalon in round 4. You are currently 8 in your... Okay. Hello, Elmaz. Thank you for the raid, my dude. Appreciate you. Alrighty, scoop it up. We have overwhelmed Sky Strikers and we'll win game number 2. Is Red Eyes still in? Would you consider Dragon Link to be Red Eyes because they run one copy of it? The pure Red Eye or the Red Eyes deck is currently 2-2 and is in a match right now. It can theoretically top if it wins. When is Savage Dragon coming to Duel Links? Hopefully not for a while. We don't need Omni Negates. Shizuku! One back row. 2 cards in hand, one of which we know to be Engage. Getting our free Quad Boral Dragon. Get poppin'. Where are the kitties? They're just elsewhere right now. Pink is not in the window. It is all over. Yeah, unfortunately, it can be just extremely difficult if you don't get Summon Breaker out for Sky Striker to deal with the amount of board presence they're able to put out. Moo is in your room. Got it. It's not just that. I mean, look at this. You got 5 cards in hand. You've got 5 materials worth of monsters on the field. It's done. Like, what are you gonna do? They can't steal it. They don't have enough in the graveyard. In fact, have none. Hello there. The big problem is Levianeer? Yeah, probably. I do think this deck should probably have a limit 3. Who's the most Pepega viewer? Oh, that's Draghino, easily. Like, by far. White Princess, get reducing. Oh, we live. Never mind, we do not live. Alrighty, well done, Sun Weasel. The one thing I think I do hope Konami takes a look at, in addition to whatever ban list they enact after the WCQ, some of these skills are generating just way too many resources. And it's not that I necessarily want the skills completely gutted. Like, I like them, but they're giving their ability to get just too many resources is a little over the top. So, like, for example, in the Borrelink one, I think getting the free copy of Quad Borrel is very interesting, but they should probably have to pay a little bit more for it. Like, if I was to try and fix that one to make it a little bit more fair, I would probably do something like having to send a card back to get the Quad Borrel. I don't think you get rid of it, but I think you should have to pay for it in some way, not completely for free. 1 card for the Quad Borrel is still a tremendous value. You're getting a Link 2 for 1 card. I don't think you need a Link 2 for free. Just as an example. Again, I do like the part of getting a Quad Borrel. I don't even think a free... No. Giving a free Quad Borrel, or getting a Quad Borrel, is fine. Again, I think it's neat. Skills that allow you to play into established boards is fine. You just need to be careful about the amount of resources that you're giving people. Like, you don't want to end up in a situation where the player going first unironically doesn't have a chance because they just get too out-resourced. It should be, you need to think about the cost and benefit of it. Needs Silent Swordsman skill? Well, the cool thing is that technically speaking, sometime in the future, we could theoretically get something like that, because there's that that modern version of Yugi's deck that includes the silent monsters. So eventually it could happen. We need a Sue Ship skill. Isn't that level 5 reload? Yeah, the golden sarcophagus one, yeah. So we have Void Ogre, Riot Dragon, and we're under Lancia. Right, negate the summon. Iwas, get Yoinkin. Make a Rafflesia. Damage Juggler. Searching for a Hat Tricker. Mind Control. Get Yoinkin. It's showtime. Making a Vespinato. Making an Abyss Dweller. That's lethal. Are these rockets even playing the Ibli version? A lot of them are, but some of them aren't.
Duel.
Can I ask how to beat Winda without Hyperion? Which deck are you talking about? Agents? Is there anything besides Hyperion that can beat it? I think Hyperion is your go-to. Hyperion can attack over it, Steven. So we're able to out the Rafflesia. Quad Boral go burr. Alright, that's 3K exact. So it does beg the question though. So every other skill lets you interact with the monster that's summoned by putting it face down. Do you think Konami should find a way to allow you to interact with the Quad Boral? Is it even possible for them to do that? They would have to, like, very specifically have the game, like, pass priority to the opponent. Because I do think you should still be allowed to interact with it like you could. All the other summon monsters. What do you mean, A2? Oh, no, I think being allowed to use the effect is fine. You just need to have a way to be able to interact with it, I think. Like, for example, the fact here that you can't do anything about it is a little unfair, I think. But I'm not sure how like, Konami would have to, like, alternatively code it. So I do think Konami should probably consider, yeah, at bare minimum you need to send a card back to get it. So that way it's one card to get it, one card for the effect. I think the lack of passing priority is fine as is. Do you think then that all the other skills that give you a free material, like the Raid Raptor one and etc., and the Perform Mage one, should they just not be on the field face down? They should just start face up so you can immediately synchro with them, or Xyz with them. You cannot activate its effects until you normal summon. That would be a way to solve it, yeah. Because, like, again, I don't have a problem with you getting it. There just needs to be a cost associated with it in some way. We're going to hop into game number 3 of this match. No, I do like the fact that you can use the effect. It helps you to break boards, and that's a good thing. But the skill already pluses you, and the other part of the skill pluses you. So, like, your opponent can't respond to try and interrupt at least a part of what you're doing. Like, player 1 should have the advantage of setting up, but they shouldn't be at an active disadvantage either. It's like it's a very careful line you want to walk there. I highlighted the solution, but you ignored it. Where? There's a... Okay, I see. I'm sorry. If they restrict his use, meaning you can't use it for link summoning at the end phase is set to the graveyard. But again, I think the issue is your opponent not being able to respond to it. Like, again, if you use the Raid Raptor skill and get a free body by going second, your opponent can still interact with it. But what you're doing is you're trading one interaction for another. The problem with the Boral skill, with the Quad Boral, is that your opponent doesn't get a chance to trade an interaction. If, for example, I have like a Rafflesia on the field and could theoretically pop it or something, or I don't know, whatever. Like, I have a friggin' back row that can blow it up. If I don't have a chance to give up one of my interactions, I don't think it's a problem. As for the other decks putting them face down, I think it depends on other decks. I would prefer if skills didn't pass priority. Some of the skills, the face down isn't a downside. If we want to focus on skills that put a body instead of doing something else. I'm not sure like, why is it, for example, that the Link Monster one, you can't respond to the summon, but the other ones, they very specifically go out of the way to allow you to trade an interaction to the flip up. Konami very explicitly said, we want you to have a chance to respond to the flip up, right? So they're saying, we want you to be able to interact here. We're giving you, player 1, a chance to interact at the cost of an interaction being used against a free card. So player 2 may not get the effect, but they gain the benefit of the wasting an interaction. Ah, yes. Time victory. And that was game 3. So Rocket's worth investing in again, considering I invested a lot last time. Yeah. Depending on, yes. Even if they get hit, I think the deck is still going to be good. Well, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Konami needs to increase the timer. And everyone should be requesting that as well. We hop into a game 3.
Duel!
And thank you, Easy. We do have the new breakdown. Even if you make it where they can respond to the link, I mean, it's still something you have to use. But, Steven, that's the whole point. These new breed of skills are giving player 2 an advantage. Because traditionally, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is player 1 is at the massive advantage of being player 1. Right now, Duel Links is experimenting with skills, giving player 2 an advantage to help. What do you mean it holds players' hands? The entire idea is player 1 gets a huge, massive advantage. I know you played the TCG and Master Duel. Because they're too good. Well, that's what we're discussing. It's about finding a fine balance. Does anyone think that the Raid Raptor skill is too good? Because you can get a free body if you go second? No, come on. It's all about finding healthy middle grounds. That's literally the entire discussion that we're having right now. I personally think skills that help you go second are incredible and have the potential to single-handedly in the future make Duel Links. Did we really not have our toggle on? Bro, toggle on! I guess we win, though? But yeah, if you find a balance where player 2 gets enough of a leg up to help not just lose when they're going second, I think it has an incredible opportunity to be like the best format that Yu-Gi-Oh has. General skills giving player 2 1 point of free extension, I think, is a good balancing point. I agree. I 100% agree. I think certain decks can potentially be there's like wiggle room depending on the power level of the deck. But yeah, so let's go ahead and bring that back up on the screen. Thank you once again to Easy Mick for all the hard work. And I think a special shout out to Klausis for the render of Borreload here. All right, let's find our lucky X2s. I actually think Perform Ages is like a poster child of a really good example of going second advantage. I love our Duel Links' incarnation of Perform Ages. I think it is really cool. All right, Cole. I love when people don't make their names accessible. I hope you're... If you want to be able to get messaged on Discord, if you like, oh, I don't know, top an event, you may want to make sure that your Discord account is linked properly to your Start GG, and it is not something that literally doesn't exist. Just an idea. Like this. I'm checking. So Villain Kaksaba, it says JoJo 26. Then I check Discord and the only JoJo is a JoJo 29. But their Discord name isn't even JoJo. Absolutely incredible. Brilliant work. Goomba, Stimmy, Luffy. You topped X2. Easy, are you free to do the breakdown? Top 32 has begun. You can't? Okay. Thank you, Metal. Any of the wolf pack? What decks are you having fun with right now? I mean, right now, like if you're talking about like meta competitive ones, the Rocket one, for sure. Oh, Rocket Link. Perform Age, still. That's probably the main ones. No Infernobles? Nope. Infernobles are cringe. Thoughts on running a 2-package of Giga Rays Gandora in Rocket Link for its destruction effect? It's not needed. Just play Levianeer. Hello, Fan Luna. Yes, there are 24 Snake Eyes in the top 32 of today's Duel Links event, despite not even being legal in the format or in the game files. Everyone has modded them in using illegal software. If you can't beat them, join them. What do you mean, Drewy? By the way, Drewy, I have something for you. I've already given it to you in the past, but here's another one. Don't just tell it as Kel. Tell Bear as well. All right, who are we gonna watch? All right, Goomba, you get another chance. I should watch Symbol's game. I mean, sure. We watched them already, but I'll watch it again. Nah, it's fine. We can watch them. Just gotta wait for both players to show up. We will watch that as well. Where's the top 8 at, Easy? Axel, I can get the one from today's tournament. I'd have to ask Giran for the others to see if they got any. Alrighty, in the top 32 of today's tournament, we have 8 Agents, 6 Borrelink, 5 Blue Eyes, 3 Sun Avalon, 2 Shadal, 1 each of Altergeist, Ballardrock, Dark Fluid, Infernoble Knights, Performage, Ra, Sky Striker, and Zoo Ship Musketeer. Is my ring finger longer than my index finger? Or... I'd say no. Well, they're like roughly equal. Alrighty. Metal, if you want to hold the channel. You are safe. Start working on that back row. Haunted zombies. Gonna get some tokens here. Attack directly into a needle ceiling. Wipe the field. Everything has got to go. Unizombie. We're gonna go ahead and target ourselves. Send a monster from deck to graveyard. Or sorry, yeah, deck to graveyard. It will be the Al Ghul Mazera. Ice Dragon's Prison. Yoink! But why, though? Are we telegraphing that we're on another needle? Wait, did we try and go for game? He for gore! Make another Uniclass. We could be walking right into another needle ceiling, though. Be about to find out. The battle. No needle. We will put our opponent down to 400 life. We are under the effect of sealed tombs. We go to battle. Chalice will be exact. Lethal. Stimmy takes. Game number 1.
Duel.
All right, so certainly is a lot better when you have the literal combo. Necro World Banshee able to get our copy of Zombie World. Baller Drock to the graveyard, able to re-summon itself with its full power and effect. No cat hugs, please. Thank you. Seven TV. Find cat hug. Find the one that I have currently and remove it. Hello, Carrot. A second copy of Baller Drock to the field. And it don't even matter. We have lethal without it. Symbols takes game number 2. We go to game 3. Zaga Zaga and Solomon, your match is live.
Duel.
New cat emote. No. Double body to the field. Make ourselves an uni. Making a copy of Max here. Do you play into the needle ceiling? We do. We literally do not care. YOLO. Show us needle. Actually, we can't. That's right. We have the protection of the uni negate. What do we do here? We do nothing. $50-50 to hit the needle. What do you do from here? We go to the back. No shot. Flip that needle. Flip that needle. No! Do we play Unicorn? If we play Unicorn, couldn't we have gone into Unicorn, activate the effect, and test the delay? Like, if there's no delay on summon, you know it's Needle, because you now have 3 monsters. Maybe we don't play Unicorn? We probably just don't play Unicorn. No space, probably. Literally came down to the 50-50. Why are we activate? Please tell me you have a chalice. Okay. Alistair, if you're here, your match is live. No delay. That will be lethal. I believe that one was a spectate bug.
Duel.
We got rockets at the top. Way to ruin the music, Quantum! God damn it, dude. Okay, we make the Riot Dragon here. Spiral to the field. Lancia. Negate. Gonna go for the Boral Sword here. Deal 1,000 burn to both players. Pass the turn. Archfiend eccentric to nuke his own monster. Gonna go for the Borreload Furious here. Furious gets poppin'. Immortal Phoenix gets sending. 4K direct. Lethal.
Duel.
Hello, Tinkerbell. Come here. Okay, we once again face down the ball. Levianeer to the field, get wiping. Activates regeneration, gets sending. Immortal Phoenix returns. We yep ball one more time. And it's lethal once more. All right, so we have a match where the conclusion of game 3 is player 1, WTF. Player 2, All right, I'm intrigued. We will watch game number 3.
Duel.
Summon Breaker Pass. White Princess, reduce. Wait, are we gonna lose to a DC? Go for the Borlo Dragon here. Top decks and engage. Another engage. We have the Widow Anchor to negate. Adding array here. Bro, no. No. Raiders Knight? Into Arc Rebellion? Boost! Lethal! None of the Boral plays were, like, objectively awful, no. Guys, I regret to inform you that Quantum Cube's run has come to an end. He is out in the top 16 versus Agents. Okay, in the top 16, we have Borolink, Agents, Borolink, Zombies, Shadal, Sun Avalon, Borolink, Sky Striker, Blue Eyes, Performage, Blue Eyes, Sun Avalon, Agents, Raw, Agents, and Borolink. No, Simple. In fact, I want to make it even more annoying for you and call it Rocket Link. Not even Borolink like the skill name. We're calling it Rocket Link. Did a trap effect just resolve against Dragon Spirit of White? I'm going out on my terms. Neon Plays, thank you so much for the follow.
Duel!
Can you join in? Well, my friend, this is actually a tournament, and we're about 5 hours into it, so unfortunately, the answer to that is going to have to be no. However, if you want to join in our future events, !Discord, and you can find out all sorts of information of when and where we do our events. We host 2 to 3, typically 3 tournaments a week. Typically 2 speed duel, 1 rush duel. Alright, so Perform Ages, the best Trap Tricks deck in the format currently. What traps do they run? Well, they can run anything but TTH. But my guess would be probably stuff like either Bottomless Trap Hole or, what is it, that Galaxy Hole or whatever. Or Floodgate or the one that affects level 5 or higher effect monsters. Coming out the alternative. If we already have Successor Soul in play, oh, we have Ultimate Fusion. That's just as good here. Completely dismantling our opponent's defensive board, and we get to clear everything. Well, I take that back. Not everything. Can I unmute you? No. You can stay muted. So this does stop us from using Damage Juggler. If we have another level 4 in hand, we do have lethal. Attack 1! Attack 2! Attack 3, lethal! Cedroni, you need to check in. Oh no, we appear to have a shadow game, question mark? Hello? Are we going to click start? Don't do it easy. Stimmy. Hello? Why has the match not begun? Go to table 2 and stay there. I will be right back.
Duel!
Okay, we return. So we're going to end on one back row, Iwas, and Rafflesia. So it looks like we top decked into Lancia. Yep, that's me. I'm gone. I'm gonna send Bottomless Trap Hole here. Gonna dodge the Successor Soul by equipping to a Rafflesia. Normal summon the Blue Eyes. We're going to go for an M-Duck after adding a Successor Soul. Damage Juggler gets to add here. We're in a bit of a precarious position. We can't really force our opponent's back row here. Okay, this does force it. Bring out a Blue Eyes. Dark Hole. Wipe the field. You got another cat. How many does that put you up to? Two to three is the correct amount. I personally never liked one cat because most cats tend to do better when they have company. Five feels a little overboard. But hey, if you can take care of them, then more power to you, right? We will just scoop it up. All right. We have a litter box. Okay. Wait a second. Hold on. This name is familiar. I think I know who this is. There ain't no way. If it's who I think it is. You know who I'm quote unquote. No. I come in peace, he said. It's him! Let's go! You know what? I'm not gonna go. If the person in question is actually gonna not be cringe, I ain't gonna say anything. I ain't gonna say nothing. Alrighty, let us find another match. All right, we are in the top 8. I've only been doing the minimum required each day so far. Been too busy with stuff. I will be right back, guys. How are agents doing? So here was the overall breakdown in today's tournament. Exclamation point breakdown. Tied for Borrowlink at first. And here is the top 32. Taking up 25% of the breakdown. In the top 32, we have Agents versus Agents. We have Blue Eyes versus Blue Eyes. We have Sky Striker versus Sun Avalon. And we have Zombies versus Borrelink. Rigged matchups. How the heck is this zombie player still in? I don't know. Lucky? No, you know what? I'm not even going to say that. They're literally undefeated. Let's go with the... Let's go with the rogue deck that people just aren't able to handle. No, you know what? No. Let's be honest. It's this card right here. This is how rigging makes it so agents are less likely to top. They're made to delete each other. Exactly. I'm glad you finally catching on. We're going to attack into the Baller Drock. It will just return on the following turn. Go for the haunted zombie here. We're able to banish any card from the graveyard. It is going to be the Exploder Rocket, making 2 haunted tokens. Baller Drock, return to the field. We're going to link into Vampire Sucker. Vampire Sucker, while under the effect of Zombie World, will allow you to revive any monster to your opponent's field. Well, it can do that anyways. But on top of that, you can tribute your opponent's monsters for your own tribute monsters. Successfully taking out the Metal Rocket Dragon, electing to not use this effect, or we're out of targets. Go to battle here. We can clear both and get in for 2,000 damage. Or we can banish the Disruptor and the Metal Rocket Dragon that we revive, ensuring that we cannot get over the Baller Drock. Is this tournament with side? No, we currently do not do side tournaments. On the activation of our own Una Zombie, we are going to banish one of our opponent's Exploder Rockets, take out the other, get in for 13. Exploder Rocket will activate. We shall negate. So our opponent can search for Levianeer, which we can in fact negate. Oh, we do not activate it though. We are just putting bodies on the field. Needle Ceiling, wipe it. Instant scoop. I prefer the original. But that said, I will say the alt art is perfectly fine too. It is one of the alt arts I don't mind. Unlike something like... So for me, the Stratos alt art is absolutely atrocious. Quantum made it to top 16. Using all of our materials, we are going to go into a Borreload Dragon. Disruptor, bringing 2 bodies back. We will then banish it, searching for our Rapid Trigger. We have our Galactic Spiral on the... Oh my god, are we at... Bro, chill! This is like the perfect opener. What do we have here? We have Borreload Dragon. We have the ability to negate up to 2 summons, no, 3 summons. We have the ability to go into our Borreload Furious Dragon. Okay. We do have the zombie world here. Rapid Trigger in response. Destroying our Rocket Tracer and Borreload. Also, did our... we did that incorrectly, if I'm not mistaken. We were supposed to pop... we were supposed to Tracer afterwards. Force out that back row. It is a needle ceiling. So unless we lucked into double needle... No, but we do have Ice Dragon's Prison. We're able to steal our opponent's Borolo Dragon. This will be a crash. And we're suddenly back in the game. Was there a reason we couldn't activate our Baller Drock there? Oh, you can't respond to it. We thought we were going to get cheeky with it. Activate Borolo Dragon. But even though the Borolo Dragon itself is negated, you still can't respond to the effect. So, had it been anything else, you activate it, respond with the Baller Drock, banish the opponent's monsters. Alright, Symbols will win it and move on to the top 4. Well done. Hello, Kenny the Invoker. What's in the top 8? Agent, Blue Eyes, Sky Striker, Sun Avalon, Zombie, and Boroload. What's in a grilled cheese? There's a grill and there's cheese. We're gonna hop into a game 3. Have Sun Avalon won tournaments? Yes. They won Quantum Dailies number 305. Is that the only one they won? So they got top 8 in a Meta Weekly. They got first place in Quantum 305. They got top 4 in the Suisen. There were 4 of them in the last Grand Prix, with 1 of them in top 4, 1 in top 8. They got second place in the AU Weekly. They got top 4 in the Big Blow Cup, and then 2 in the top 8 of the Meta Weekly. Hello, I am Dre Dolas. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so... Wait, we're activating the bloom now? Just so that our opponent can't attempt to pop it. We're going to MST. Take out the multi-roll. Area 0 effect. Hit the other back row. Probably going to take the Widow Anchor here. Yes, we are. Go for the crow, so all we can do here is negate. Because we no longer have 3 in the graveyard. That is pretty devastating. We had lethal otherwise. Hello, Rocket Supreme. Welcome, welcome. This is game 3. Avalon is a very solid deck. What are we thinking? What are we doing? Why would we use Ray's effect there? Duel Links better than Mario Brothers. Huh? What kind of comparison is that? Hayate, direct attack. Get Millen. Are you a different animal and the same beast? Yes. Thrasher to the field. Get baboosted. Oh, we are like giga dead. We are no longer giga dead. Alrighty. We are not peepo chairing. Chill. We are not negated. Not quite lethal. Can we live here? We forgot that we get reduced. Oh no. Oh, this is a misplay. Why'd you do this? Wait. We could have returned, though. We still had the bounce. Didn't we? Main phase only. Right. Okay. Okay, Sky Striker moving on. Incredible. Sun Avalon is out. Your top 4 is now Agent, Blue Eyes, Zombie, and Sky Striker. Thank you, as always, Ezekiel. For the official top 32 breakdown. God damn it, Easy. Because they don't even play Squeak Night anymore.
Duel!
Alrighty, Blue Eyes at the top, Agents at the bottom. Step 2, Imduck, pass the turn. Dark Hole, wipe the field. Effect Veiler, negate. Neptune effect, adding a copy of Sanctuary in the Sky. Get poppin'. Attack 1, attack 2. Well, alright. That was a game. How long have I been up? Since 10:30 last night, and it is currently 4:45. So however long that's been. Heat Wave. Blackluster Pass, let's go. Bingo Machine, go. We're gonna go ahead and reveal. Bring out another Blue Eyes. Going for a copy of Santa Fond here, activating the effect. We can search for Ultimate Fusion, bring out the Dragon Master Knight, attack, attack, lethal. We'll get the concession scoop. Riveting gameplay. Third match in just a moment. Really? Okay. So an update from the other side of the bracket. The Sky Striker player has defeated the zombie player. So Sky Striker is waiting in the finals. They have had apparently a hashtag blessed run. I very much want to stress. So the Sky Striker player made it in as a bubble. And in the top 32, they defeated Borolink 2-1. Borolink 2-1, Sun Avalon 2-1, and now have defeated a zombie. So I guess as long as you dodge agents, you're good to go. I had God on my side today. And I assume... Are we Shadow Realmed? What's going on here? I don't know, because I can't watch this match because apparently They either haven't started or is shadow realmed. What is happening? Game 3. Again, I will stress, Super Peace has apparently had absolute luck on their side. If we take a look, let's take a look again at the early rounds. So round 1, we won 2-0 against agents somehow. They're like a meteor hit their house or something. They defeated Borrelink in round 2. They defeated Sun Avalon in round 3. They lost in round 4 to Sun Avalon. And then they lost in round 5 to Borrelink. Now, it should be noted, the reason that they topped is that they were, in round 4, they were the second highest seed going into round 4. So them topping is not that big of a surprise. They would have topped even if it was only like a handful of X2s. So yeah, they just managed to dodge agents this entire run. Except one time. Which they won, somehow. Top 4 was against the zombie deck. And I quote from Symbols, I can't win this matchup. Well, congratulations to the agent player for making it to the grand finals and winning.
Duel!
All right, guys, you ready for the most one-sided prediction in the history of this channel? Who wins? Oh, this is Psycho, right? No. Who the hell is this? $1V0R_. Whoever the hell that is. Super Peace. You'll have 5 minutes to vote. Yeah, pretty much a non-game. Unlucky. All right, one last Adge round, and then we'll have the grand finals. Be right back. All right, we're going to go ahead and end submissions. 91 to 9%. Very nice. All right, agent player going first. I guess we can hope they brick.
Duel.
They do not appear to have bricked. Wait, we did this incorrectly though, didn't we? Okay, we make Hyperion. Ah, we're playing Uranus. Gonna make Clear Wing here as well. Six hours, by the way. The end of a 6-hour tournament. Super Piece, you don't have to apologize, and you're allowed to surrender in our tournaments. It's fine. It's all good, buddy.
Duel.
Alrighty, so we are going to Into the Void. We have multi-roll Area 0, Ray. Ray is going to dodge out from the Area 0 effect. This is going to let us look at the top 3 of our deck, and we find exactly Jamming Waves. Not what you want to see here. Well, I mean, it's a spell in the graveyard. We do have, however, have Summon Breaker. That is Shizuku searching for Widow Anchor. We're going to be able to reset one here, resetting the Widow Anchor. Probably because we want to keep a third spell in the graveyard. Why is Sky Striker in the finals? Because they managed to dodge agents for 9 rounds? 8 rounds? Shouldn't we have waited for the activation? He's scared of... Yep, you know what? That makes sense. I understand then. Dark Hole, wipe the field. But why, though? Do we actually have it in hand? Oh my god. Bro. Ain't no way, dog. Normal summon. The Agent of Mystery Earth. Searching for another copy of Hyperion. Atlas, it literally doesn't matter. How does he out multi-roll? He just wins this turn. What are you talking about? Go into Master Flare Hyperion. Bye-bye. How will he OTK this turn? Oh, I don't know. Maybe like this? Yes, kite in hand, despite the fact that we saw what was added. Congratulations to both players. Well done. Super Piece, you, hey man, just don't play against agents and the deck is still good. We'll go ahead and take a look at the top decks. And then call this a wrap. In the grand finals, your first place running triple Dark Hole. Only, ooh, interesting. Only one. We're running the Uranus. We're running only one green light, I guess, because it's searchable. One Earth, one Lancia. Very clean. Your Cope deck of the day, courtesy of Super Piece, somehow making it to the grand finals. Konami, please hit agents. Psycho, Blue Eyes. Symbols. Zombie. Oh, we big hitting it, don't you worry. Cedrone, agents. Juanita, blue eyes. Zaga Zaga, Sun Avalon. Mr. Paradox, Borrowload, Link. Alistair, Borrowload, Link. And they did say in the help chat as well that they are a budget player. So this is their budget version of the deck. So congratulations to them. Well, they didn't. Okay, so what did they say exactly? Yeah, with their budget build is what they said. I ain't gonna judge them. If that's what they said, that's what they said. Quantum, the Winged Dragon of Ra. Look at that extra deck. Look at that extra. Pier 120. Sun Avalon. How did it place? Because you may not realize it, but this deck can be very difficult to deal with if you can't disrupt it. And there's a lot of stuff, a lot of things that you can't disrupt. Once it gets to the Phoenix, you're basically dead against most decks. Goomba. Perform Age. Running Rafflesia. Erase D-Lord. Rocket Link. Solomon. Shadal running the new Shekanaga and Shekanaga adjacent graveyard piece. Sun Weasel. I'll show it again in just a moment. MTB Agent. You don't need to repeat it in all capitals. I already said yes. I will show it again in just a moment. Luffy, blue eyes. Josh Fishy, blue eyes. Goyard, rocket. Predator, dark fluid. Featuring salad. So this is the version that searches for the salad ritual to help get your plays started. M72. Yep. Gearfried Infernoble. Can you see my cat? Agent. Kaitos. Blue eyes. looked at that one. Cole. Shadal. Juninho. Rocket. Rookies. Agent. Bulga. Sun Avalon. Fantome. Agent. Dark Tuner. Agent. Stimmy. This is the sous ship Musketeer. Loic. Damn, Giorfio out here. Altergeist. Running double power sync stone, by the way. Villain Kaksaba. Agent. And then your finalists deck list once again. There you be. I mean, to be fair, this is at least a little bit different. It's a little bit more compact, running the dark holes. Anywho, let's go ahead and choose the outcome prediction. Robbing the rich get richer, robbing the poors. Is Bear online? I will raid Bear if Bear is online. Bear is online. Everyone, you need to tell Bear.
Johnny, they're climbing up your ladder by the shack. They just highlighted.
Oh, they are playing Cringe Master Duel, but that's okay. We still love Bear.
That ladder in the back. Yeah, the ladder by your shack. They're climbing up that one. From the cold room. Yeah, keep going around. Yeah.
All right, guys. Winners, top 16. Send me your deck list. I'll message you in the Discord. Same with the top 4 for your prizes. And I'm going to sleep. See you guys tomorrow.
With the raid.
Yeah, shoes like.
How's it going? What do you guys doing well? So who won? Hello, Ben has locked me in the basement all day. Or did you at least draw? That's all what matters. Easy. Feeling Barrett. Agents, I won. Nice. Dewey's always the Dewey be cooking. Was it fortune fairies? Sky Striker. People still play that? Of course. Master Mid Duel. Maybe. Anyways, what was the breakdown looking like? What was the most played? Is it Agents again? Love you. I love you
What
too.
the freak?
Grand.
No,
I
running
have
out of
another
stamina
team
right
in
there is
hand,
crazy.
That's fine.
Got them ankles, boy.
How you doing, Fashioner?
Alright,
Hope you're doing
Danny's
well.
dead.
Let me take a look at this. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Are people disrespect Sonny?
That makes
Hey,
sense.
they about to go crazy with him.
Agents, then is it the Ibli Bora link or is it just like regular?
I ain't never heard her say that.
So yeah, Grand Ben the sheep that summons Ibli, but Ibli's based though. Ibli's very based. Oh no. False. Of course he has Maxi, nice.
Connor used to be your main, but you switched to Sunny, and he's been your main ever since. But I started playing
Wanna
Family to get more
tower
XP.
Oh, is it the